All right, let's do this. Howdy, hey there, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We got a lot to get done today. We got to start trucking. All right, let's see here. Might get something a little bit different to listen to, though. Yeah. Let's go with... kind of want to listen to... original Baldur's Gate music? Oh, that sounds cool. That'll work. All right. Oh, man. So first thing I got to start with are what abilities do the core archetypes give? Something that every class has and needs. Start with that bigger. Warrior, faith, we have Anna. Actually, before I do that, we should do core character mechanics. Do it in that order. Adventurer, Vagabond. Might as well just do it all right now. In the order that it would need to be done. If I get all my setup done now, then I don't have to do it later. And then, after I'm done with those, I'm going to do class... class feature... descriptions. Oh. And that'll be for every single class. Okay. What template should I do for that? I'm gonna get my template ready. Let's see. First level ability has 3, so 3, 4, 5. Oh, actually, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Huh. Class name. First level. Second level, 4th level, 5th level, 7th level, 8th level, and 10th level. 7th, 8th, 9th, Hey, look at that. 7 ability trees. Amazing. I should do it. Say level. Okay, got a good template. Class name. Abilities. That should be all I need. Thanks for the resub, Van. All right. Here we go. Start with core mechanics. Characters that are adventurers gain the following. One core skill. One skill. No. Select one core skill. Select one skill. That skill becomes the character's core skill. A core skill is a skill that allows a core skill is a skill in which the character is particularly proficient. They may make advanced skill checks and basic skill checks. They make basic skill checks with, I don't want to carry over, advantage with a +5 modifier. They may attempt advanced skill checks. Character's core skill also gives access to its core skill class, which is determined by the character's Oh, I did forget the I actually typed it out and didn't just didn't hit enter. YouTube chat is down, so it's just none of that's working. Okay. Select one character origin path. These origin paths give access to starting abilities, equipment, and various other boosts. What's up, Gazorp? I still have to decide how I'm going to attach attributes to everything. I think what I need to do is figure out... Well, I suppose I could just go through there, do base mechanics, and I could go back and decide where I want to attach stuff. Because I don't want races to impact your statistics. I want races to give unique story interaction or a unique game state interaction instead of just hard attributes. So I think it should be based off of weapon groupings, things that are proficiency and stuff. It should be based off of the archetype that you choose. That should matter. Maybe that's where I'll give the base attribute set, is what archetype you are. Vagabonds would have to have something different, though. And your core skill should give you an attribute bonus. Like if your core skill is acrobatics, for example, it could give you dex or con. How would you make your stats go up, though? How do I want to do that? That's the real problem. Hey, Caped. Thanks for the resub. Your origin should also give an attribute bonus. Yeah. Okay, I think I've got it. Select one kit. That kit becomes the character's core kit. The core kit is a set of tools that allows the character to have a vocation or participate in a profession. No, I'm not going to do that this time. I'm going to put italicize it. This provides an attribute bonus determined by the skill chosen. Chosen. actually make them? Skill gives an attribute. Kit gives an attribute. Origin path gives an attribute. And your archetype chosen gives an attribute. Vagabond's just gonna get probably like +1s across the board, so that they're a little bit good at everything. But, yeah. You know what I could do? I could do, that the archetypes give you a, yeah, when you choose your archetype, it gives you like a set of bonuses. Like an archetype could give you a +2. I could make it like a matrix. So I could make it like the warrior would give you a +2 to 2 of the 3 physical stats, and a +1 or +2, whatever, to 1 of the mentals, and then the 2 magic casting archetypes would give +2 to mental, +2 to physical, and then Wanderer would give +2 to physical, +1 to mental. Or I could do something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I think that works. I think that works really well. If I made them all +2s, for the sake of argument, and let's say warrior was +2 to physical, +2 to a mental, then that means that's 2, 4, 6, 18. Like, if you put everything into, like, strength, you'd have an 18 strength. I think that works for me. Yeah, I think that works out. let's see. So that's skill kit, path. Races don't do anything. I was also thinking about attaching attributes to chosen proficiencies. I don't know yet, though. How also do I want to do attribute gains? I also need to decide, because one of the big things I wanted character paths to be was not an attribute or like a mechanical choice. And if I attach attributes to the character paths, they're going to become mechanical choices and not unique story interaction. I think it's okay for the origin path to have an attribute bonus because I've got to put it somewhere. What would be a good level? Yeah. Fourth level might be good. I could kind of follow the same vein as base 5e. Because the character paths are basically going to replace all feats. So I could put on the fourth level, I could just attach a modifier to each ability at fourth level. That way you might choose an ability based off of its attribute bonus or what it actually does. Although I think choosing it only on... Well, I could just make the attribute that it gives affect the thing it's trying to do. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. Then at 5th level you have your capstone. And then at 8th level I'd have another attribute increase. I could do +1s. No, not to each AP increase. I could make every single ability past level 1 give a +1 attribute bonus associated with whatever it's trying to do. So that means at 2nd level you get a +1. At 4th level you get another +1, which means you can end up with a +2. And at 5th level you get another +1. At 7th, another +1, that's +2, +1, +1. So you get +6 total attributes points from leveling. I've never been personally a fan of an attribute increase in D&D. They always felt like I was wasting the ability to customize my character because I could get a feat. Well, yeah, that system's bad. that's why I'm changing it. Making someone choose between an attribute and a cool, unique game interaction is not... I don't think that's worth it. And I also feel that one of the reasons why that system didn't really work in terms of complexity, yeah, simplicity's sake, it was great. That's what 5th edition was designed to be, and that's great. You know, that works for it. But I think the big problem with the ASI increase is that the ASI increase versus the feat system was so grossly unbalanced against itself, right? Like, you could, for example, choose a +2 to your constitution, or you could choose tough. You know? And yes, you can make the argument that a +2 to constitution is more than just health, it's every other aspect. And I would argue there's very few times in base 5e in which con is actually used. Yeah, poisons, couple stun effects, maybe even diseases. But those are going to be rare, and those are easily counterable by hard game effects. Nobody uses con to attack, for the most part. I mean, con isn't really useful in terms of what you roll for it, right? It's very, very low. It's a very small amount of time, in my experience, in which you would roll con against an effect that you could not have prepared for. Right? So basically, con becomes the HP stat, which is why it is important, by the way. I don't want to downgrade that it's not an important stat. My point is that you could just take tough instead. So. Well, dexterity has always been like one of the god stats, right? It just always has been. It's always just been a problem. But anyway, I think the more that I've thought about it, I think that doing a +1 to... And I'll give like multiple attribute decisions, like different things you could do. Like Oath of Courage, for example, could give a +1 to Strength, or a +1 to Charisma, you know, whatever the character wanted. Yeah, I think that works. Each ability has a, you know, multi-selection, +1 attribute, past level 1, and that isn't a character path. And then that way people can make minute changes as they level. Yeah. I think that's good. Okay, yeah, I think that's good. I think that's good. Okay, so now that I've determined that that's probably the route I'm going to go in, I can finish getting this ready. Because that would mean... Yeah, and then base archetypes give you... Okay. Select one archetype. These this archetype will determine the pool of classes you may choose from. Each archetype gives a base amount of proficiencies. Gives a collective of features and effects features, efficiencies, and attributes determined by archetype. Do you know what Garfield the orange cat's favorite food is? Yeah. John's Misery. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's good. Let's see, now what else would an adventurer get that's core? They have a skill, they have a kit, they have their origin path, they have their archetype attachment, which has all their base proficiencies and stuff in it. What else is good? Oh, 4 action points. Well, yeah, this is where I would mention it. Character gains 4 action points to interact with the game space, as well as access to the core actions. So you have core abilities everyone has. You have the action points to use in order to be able to participate. You have skills. You have your skill. You have your kit. You have your origin path. You have your archetype attachment. I think that's everything. It's everything a base character like level 0 would have. I think so. Because starting HP is going to be class, like all that's going to be class based. Like equipment, starting HP, and everything. So, well, I suppose some equipment might be determined by origin path, but I think that works. All right. Please no rolling HP dice. You know, I've went back and forth on that. I think I'm going to do HP completely differently this time around. Because rolling is fun, but it's also like rolling for a permanent resource is the problem. Like, there's a reason I don't roll attributes, right? Because it's fucking awful if you roll poorly. And it's not worth the cost for people who roll well, right? Like, people who roll well, great for them. But the people who roll poorly, they suffer twice as much, right? So, what I'm probably going to do is like a sliding scale. I'm not really sure how it's going to look. The idea I have in my head is that your archetype selects where your HP scale is, like where it starts, and then abilities and effects can raise it. And the scale going up means that you get more hit points. I'm also thinking about just making it a sub-attribute. Because one of these sub-attributes here... Hold on, let me remember how to use my brain. Okay. Is you have vigor, stamina, tenacity, willpower, and resilience. I had an idea where I would base HP off of one of these. Because vigor is used for armor. Stamina is used for your movement rating. Tenacity is like your resistance to mental afflictions and things like that. So I was thinking to myself, like, should I use just con, or should I use a scaling slide of sub-attributes, right? Con has a lot more importance than just HP now, so making it based only on con, I think, is a bad move. I think it would be cool if you have a base amount of HP, right? And you get to choose one of the sub-attributes of con to be your HP determining scale, right? So it's like, let's say, for example, that the warrior archetype, they start with base HP 8, right? 8 per level. And that's just like, if you're a warrior, no matter what else, you have 8 HP every level, right? And then let's say you, as the player, get to choose vigor, stamina, tenacity, willpower, resilience to be the modifier that you get each level to the base scaling. So, let's say, for example, that you just had high strength and con, right? So your vigor was +3. So that means you get 11 hit points every level. Pretty big difference, right? And I think that, I think that's kind of where I am on that. That's like where my brain's been for HP. Because I want it to be static so that there's less variance. I don't want people to feel bad if they roll poorly, right? No matter if... Like, I try to alleviate that by assuring people that I designed based off minimum HP, and that was true, but it didn't really help them, right? Like, in terms of how they felt. So, I think it's better just to avoid the rolling of permanent resources completely, and instead just make a dynamic scaling system that I think feels really good to use. And also, I get to control the levels of HP, which is going to be a lot smaller this time around. Remember, small numbers, big decisions sort of thing. And I think that, I think where I'm leaning is, sorry. So, like, Warrior will have 8 HP per level, and Wanderer will have 6 HP per level, and Faith and Mana would have 4 HP per level. And then what I'll probably do is other class features can... Holy shit, that thunder was loud. And did you guys hear that? That certain class features can raise your HP scaling and, like, give you a modifier to it. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm leaning. So, for Vagabond, I'm just gonna do a bunch of like crazy shit because, so in Vagabond, characters are going to be really hard to play well, but I think it'll be rewarding for players that really want to crunch shit. Like, adventurers are pretty straightforward. I'm gonna do this. I'm sick at this. I'm doing that. Vagabond characters are going to be like the, what if I stacked this together with the, and, you know, stuff like that. I think they should still get a core kit. And obviously an origin. You do not get this, however. Instead, choose 3 classes from any of the core classes in the game. The Vagabond gains a +1 to all attributes. Okay. Okay, so Vagabonds don't have a core skill, which means they can't take a core skill class. They can attempt any skill check, which means that they can try any skill check they'd like. If it's an advanced check, they get a -5 to it. So this is kind of like the reincarnation of how I intended Jack of all trades to be, where you can attempt a skill, but you have a lower chance of actually doing it. The -5 is a pretty hefty negative, but it's not insurmountable. And I think that the idea is that the Vagabond randomly being able to do something out of nowhere is kind of the character fantasy. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of where I am. Would Nat 20 still override the -5, making it fail? What? Nothing about what you just said made sense. Nat 20s don't matter in skill checks, though, and neither do 1s. Oh, I know what he means now. Would a natural 20 still override the -5 if the -5 should make it fail? Okay. I was like, natural 20s don't make you fail. Anyway. So that's how their skills would work. They have a kit. They should get a kit still. A kit's going to be important because it allows them to do out of active adventuring things. And I think that's fine. Origin path is also good, but they can't choose continental origin paths. They don't have origins and can't access continental classes. Vagabond doesn't gain an archetype. They can choose 3 from any of the core classes, and it gains a +1 to all attributes. So that means that a Vagabond gets a +1 to all of its attributes. It still gets a +2 from the core kit of whatever it wants it to be. And then as it chooses its classes, as it levels up in them, it gets +1s that it can add, like, to it. Is that good enough, though? Is that a viable character? +1s and everything would put everything in 11s. +2 means that one of those is a 13. Then again, every sub-attribute is +1. I think the classes should give a +1. Is that viable, though? Will that be viable? I think if I'm hesitating this much, then that means it's probably not viable. Because that means it'll take until level 2 before they get another +1 in anything that isn't their main stat. And their main stat is a 13, right? I think that would be really discouraging. Then again, the numbers for the adventurer is still pretty small. It is a 1 to a 4. Is that unviable? maybe I'm thinking about this the wrong way. Maybe what I need to be thinking about instead is not whether or not the attributes make it inviolable, but what can they get that the other classes can't. And that is unique combinations. In unique combinations, which I haven't made yet, there's going to be methods for them to... Yeah, they could even change rapidly how their attributes are gained based off of the fact that they could stack any class that they want. They can also control the proficiencies of that class, which gives them... That's something I could do. So I planned for each ability to give a +1 to one of two stats, right? Maybe I'll make the Vagabond, instead of having to choose between those stats, you get both. Now that's interesting. Because that would mean that the Vagabond starts the game very, weaker, but begins to catch up as they play. But more importantly, they catch up by continuing to build wide. I suppose they could attempt to build tall, but it would be really delayed. Oh my god, why'd this zoom in? I don't know why it zoomed in on me. It won't listen to me. Yeah, I feel like that if I was playing, right, I'd be like, well, what's the payoff? I think that's the solution. Is that Vagabonds get both. What's to stop someone from picking Vagabond in Act 4 and just being stronger without having to suffer? Nothing. But that's unavoidable, right? Like, that's not an avoidable thing, right? Because if I choose to start at higher level, every single character that is weak early, strong later, is going to be more viable than a character that is strong early and weak later. So, I shouldn't let that determine it. I mean, if anything, it should just further inform that I should make the starting level 1 every time, right? Obviously, there's downsides to that, because that means that people have to level. And if we're in Chapter 4, then that means that people being able to reach max is something that, might be more difficult to pull off. So I think, and quite honestly, if we're at level 4, if we're at Chapter 4, and people are enjoying the system that much that they're trying to, you know what I mean? Like, that's a mountain out of a molehill, because I'm not designing this just for alien class. I'm designing a system that people are meant to use outside of just me, right? So yeah, I don't really see a problem with that. But let me think about that. Okay, so regular adventurer can start with an 18 if they put everything into it. And then at level... Now let me put the classes in front of me. And then at level 2 and 4 and 5, they get so 2 and 4, +1/+1. Now they're at 20, right? So let's say you just win everything into strength. A Vagabond starts with a 13 and 11s everywhere. At second level, they get a +1 and 2 stats. Now they could choose to put 1 into their main and 1 into one of their 12s, or they could choose to put a 1 and 1 into the 2 other 12s and up their, up their antes. And then at fourth level, they get to do it again, which puts them at 13 and 13 and 13. And then at fifth level, they get a 14, a 14, a 13, 11, and 11. Which means they get a +2 in their sub-attributes. Or, let's say, for the sake of argument, that 13 and all 11s, second level, that's a 14 and a 12, and then at fourth level, that's a 15 and another 12, and then at fifth level, that's a 16 and another 12, so you've got a 16, a 12, and a 12, and a 12. And an 11 and 11. I feel like that's okay. Because it's 16 versus 20, which is 3 versus 5. I don't think that's a problem. At least hard attributes, I don't think that's a problem. Because Vagabonds would be able to mix things that normally wouldn't be able to be mixed. So combinations could be made. They'd also more easily be able to combine casting with other aspects. Yeah, I think that's okay. I mean, they suffer on the sub-attributes. Hold on. Now there's a brain blast. What if Vagabonds change how their sub-attributes are calculated? Adventurers get their sub-attributes by the lowest of the two. What if Vagabonds get to add their modifiers together to determine their sub-attribute? That would actually focus on the value of them spreading themselves out. But would that be too strong, though? In my example, you'd have a 16 and a 12. So that's a +4 sub-attribute, which is a lot. But then again, if you chose to split your stuff as an adventurer to 2 16s, you'd have a +3. But that would be the value of building wide versus tall. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Sorry, my camera's acting crazy, so if I go off screen, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. That feels right. But should I keep this, though? Whenever they choose class feature awards and attribute, the Vagabond gets both instead of having to choose one. I think I should keep it. Yeah. Could you get 2 16s, though, as a base adventurer? Let me check that. So let's say warrior, +2 strength, +2 con, +2 wisdom. Alright, cool. So 12, 12, 12. And then I get a +2 from my core skill, put into strength. Then I get a +2 from my kit, put it into strength. And then I get a +2 from my origin, put it in con. 16 and 14. And then I put a +1 in con, and then a +1 in con again by level 4. Yeah, that works out. That's 16 and 16 by level 4. The Vagabond would be at 13 and 11s till level 2, and then they'd be at a 14 and a 12. And then at level 4, they'd be at a 15 and another 12. Or 2 12s. Yeah, no, that's good. I think that's good. Alright, cool, we figured that out. Alright, cool. Feels good. So, whoopsie doodles. The warrior. The character in 3 weapon groups of their choice. The character gains the character's character gains 8 life HP per level. Heavy armor. You know, once I determine these, I think I need to determine what HP the Vagabond has. How does it determine HP? I should probably make it 6. And always 6. Unless, like, a class feature increases. Yeah, make that. That seems fair. The Vagabond gains 6 points per level. Go. There's a red flag in my head. Maybe I should just make it 4. Alright, well, let me gamify this. So if I made it 4, the Vagabond would have the ability to select the most HP increases out of any other character. Since only certain classes will actually raise your HP, they could select all 3 of them in the core classes. And then by doing so, actually have the most artificial increases to the HP, right? So let's game this out. So if I was a warrior and I start at 8, I could only really pick 1. I probably only 1, maybe 2 of them because of continent access. So I have 2 boosts to that. So let's say that's to 10. So I have 10 hit points a level. So 100 hit points at level 10. And a Vagabond, if I put it at 6, could pick the 1 from warrior, the 1 from faith, the 1 from wanderer, and they could get like a +3. So I would put them at 9. That's still below base warrior. I think 6 is safe. You know, I could just make it 5. Just make it unique. Make it right down the middle. Well, no, six would be the middle. Yeah, 6 is the middle. So. Yeah. So that's the arbitrary increase. Plus the way they stack their sub-attributes means that they could get to a 3 there, which means they'd be above the warrior, but then the warrior would also, like, because if the warrior's choosing HP, then they're probably going vigor, right? So they also get that. So let's say they went with 2 16s. They're getting a +3. So that's 8 plus the 2 they would naturally have to 10. Plus 3 is 13. So it's 130 hit points at level 10. And then a Vagabond, if I put him at 6, gets each of the 3 there, put him at 9, and then gets, let's say, max Vagabond would probably be able to add it together to like 6 or 7. Let's say 6 for now. So 6. So that puts them at 15. So they have 150 hit points. So a Vagabond could actually have more hit points than a specialized warrior. But then again, that's them not going wide. That's them trying to do tall. So what other effects have they given up for that? I don't know. There's a part of me that thinks that that's not a problem. That if the Vagabond chooses all of the other pieces for HP, and that was like their goal, but at the same time, I mean, aesthetically it makes sense because 6 is the middle. I think the big difference here is going to be determined by what is it that the Vagabond doesn't get. They don't get continental classes, and they don't get core skills and the classes associated with them. So I think the real question is the ability to max out or gamify the core abilities in the game going to be inherently more valuable than the unique specialization abilities in the game? I don't think so. In fact, if anything, I think that the Vagabond's ability to max out core abilities is the thing that keeps it competitive. Because if it couldn't really do that, then it's going to lose to the unique interactions, at least in terms of player enjoyment. No, I think I keep it 6. Because even though, technically speaking, they could max out HP gain, it's only going to be a difference of 20 hit points. What is that, like 5%? I don't have a problem with that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's a problem. Alright, cool. Vagabonds are at 6. Warrior gets character proficiency in 3 weapon groups of their choice. Character gains proficiency in heavy armor. Character gains 8 HP per level. Character gains +2 to 2 physical attributes and 1 mental attribute. Any other base stuff that I'd give a warrior that every warrior would have. Let's see, armor, weapon choices, HP setup, skills are a core feature, kits are a core feature, attributes determined. What other pieces of the puzzle am I missing here? I don't think I'm missing anything. Fighting styles. So there's not going to be a fighting style that you choose for the warrior. You're just going to make it based off of passives and actives of the weapons that you develop. this camera. It's right in my face. God, it is dark outside. That's how stormy it is. You guys see how much darker it looks in this room? I mean, that you can see past my face. So, Foamy, the thing I'm doing is all weapons are put into families and are kind of distilled down into their base weapon. And so when you have proficiency in that weapon and you get a passive, like for longsword, it applies to rapiers, great swords, like everything, right? Like all of the weapons are in families. So that's kind of the idea behind it, at least. I even had the idea that maybe when I go through the armory and I actually do all the weapon trees and stuff, I might not make it like a base family. I might make it based off of a continent's like theme, you know? Like the Calcatetian weapon families might be different than the Glaeus weapon families. And that way you get to choose the one that you want to kind of, you know, dabble into and stuff. Still thinking about it. Anyway, I think this is good. I think we got everything we need. In one weapon group. Medium. 6. Mental. Okay, warrior 3 weapon groups, heavy armor 8 HP, 2 physical, 1 mental. Faith 1 weapon group, medium armor 6 HP, 2 mental, 1 physical. Mana 1 weapon group, proficiency in light 4 HP, 2 mental, 1 physical. Wanderer is proficiency in 1 weapon group, light armor, 6 HP, 2 physical, 1 mental. That seems okay to me. Warriors aren't proficient in medium or light, only heavy. Okay, so armor isn't separated like that anymore. It's not light, medium, or heavy armor proficiency. It's... if you're proficient in heavy armor, then that means you're proficient in heavy armor that is layered up to that. So, what it actually means is you have access to making heavy armor as your outfit, which means you get 1 heavy armor slot, and then you get like 2 medium armor slots and 3 light armor slots. Because in this, you don't wear just plate mail. In this, you make, okay, I'm wearing a gorget. Here, I'll just show you. So, a warrior gets heavy armor. So they get to pick one slot of the heavy armor to be filled in. So you say, okay, I'll wear splint. Okay? And then you get, because you have base heavy armor, that means you get 2 mediums. So you'll choose, let's say, ring mail and hide. And then for the light part of that same heavy armor, you get 3 slots. So let's say you did gorget, manica, and chain shirt, right? You add all that shit together, that's your armor. So armor will be like a unique extension of who you are, essentially. You get to build the armor that you want to wear, with comprised of various passives and active pieces, or withstand augmentations and shit like that. So, it is not that the warrior only has proficiency with heavy armor, it is that they have proficiency with heavy armor, which means all of the things that add together to make a heavy armor set. If you get a gorget, does that imply anatomical damage? No, gorget is just going to be like crit resistance or something like that, because it protects your neck. I will tell you right now, it is not worth doing fucking aiming. I'm never going to do it. Every single system I have ever seen that has done called shots has made the game worse. It's just not worth it. Yeah. I'm not doing called shots. But a gorget could protect against the first critical hit, or sneak attack damage, or, you know, things that go for vital attacks. There's a whole plethora of things that could apply to. So it's just more game layering. Essentially, I wanted to do this, right? To kind of give everybody an idea. I wanted there to be a reason that you would wear armor lower than what you were capable of wearing, which is mostly to do with weight, or mostly to do with unique passives and other factors and stuff like that. But I also wanted people to not just be like, I choose the best one there is, which is plate mail, you know what I mean? I didn't want there to be a straight hierarchy. I wanted there to be more nuance to it. So, you know, stuff like, there's a reason to wear splint. There's a reason to wear banded. There's a reason to wear plate. I tried to do that in Corvinus, but people just ended up always going with plate anyway, for the most part. Or the best version of whatever it was. So instead of having a hierarchy like that, now all the different armor pieces will have a hierarchy based off of what layer they're in, but the other pieces would be like unique passives to it. For example, like splint would be really good against like certain weapon types. Banded will be supreme against slashing. And plate would be really good against ranged attacks. You know, things like that. That's the idea. So basically, you would make your armor set fit the character fantasy that would fit your mechanical aesthetic. Like, let's say, for example, just as an example, that you wanted to do a lot of mounted combat, right? You wanted to be the quintessential European Western knight. Heavy armor, lance, sword, horse, with armor on it, all that stuff, right? Well, naturally speaking, you'd probably choose plate, because that gives piercing damage reduction, you know, against lances, jousting, things like that. You'd probably want to choose something that's lighter weight for your horse, so you probably wouldn't choose a bunch of extenuous lighter armors, but stuff that would make it comfortable, right? So you'd probably choose something like chainmail instead of scale mail. You'd probably choose supple leather instead of studded leather, you know, so on and so forth. The idea is that all these different pieces are supposed to help you, thank you, camera, do the mechanical aesthetic to what it is that you wanted to do. And that's what armor would be. Alright, I think I'm ready to get into the meat and potatoes. The time has finally come. Yeah, I got all the pieces I need. Now the real work starts, huh? Oh god, it's gonna be so much. Okay. First up is night. How do I want to separate this? I want to do this as efficiently as possible. Fuck it. Let's do it. We'll do it live. Okay, first up we have is guard. So, guard is going to be exactly as it sounds like. The warrior, no, let's say the knight. The knight selects an ally it can see that is within its melee range. That ally... how do I want to do this? Do I want to do redirection? I think that's something that's going to help. Because I need to do another template. Let's see. Ability. Gotta make this formulaic. Action point cost. Description. I don't know. Let's do effect. Effect. So, ability name. Action point cost. Effect. Action point cost. Target. Ability. Action point cost. Target. Effect. I have to make sure that this is as easy to read as possible with the least amount of words. ability name, action point cost, target, range, effect. I could put DC in effect because it's going to be different each time. Yeah. Man, it is coming down out there. I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna go make sure everything's okay. Oh boy, it is coming down out there. It's all good though. Okay. Ability, action point cost, target range effect. Ability name, guard. Action point cost, 1. Target, ally. Range, melee. Effect. The knight. Don't forget about your keywords. Keyword matrix. Yeah, that's right. I have to do effect descriptors, so I have to do keywords underneath ability. Keywords. Which would be mundane. Probably imbue. This first couple of abilities are going to be slow because I'm still developing the framing. But once I get the framing down, it'll go a lot faster, I think. The framing will go a lot faster, I think. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the questions over here. Have you already color-coded the attributes? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Sorry, I'm catching up in other questions. Arcadum, I got a question about your campaigns. Mind giving a minute answering? Sure, if you want to re-ask your question, if you're still here. Liquid Atom. For the armors, will there be buffs and debuffs for each layer? Yeah, there'll be different effects and passives and things that stack and stuff like that. Yeah, the chats have been messed up. Like, messing up all over the place, so haven't been able to read anything. Okay, so guard, keywords, mundane, imbue, probably empower. Looks good to me. Action point cost 1, target ally, range melee, selects an ally and imbues them with the reinforced condition, right? Let me see. Oh, I need my secondary condition glossary. There we go. Okay, go. Reinforce. abuse them with a tier 1 reinforce. With tier 1 reinforce. In addition, should an enemy within melee range attempt to attack that ally, the knight may spend an action may attack that enemy once. Enemy once. This attack. Do I have to put once? Are people going to confuse that? They can just attack 8 times? I don't think so. I think the flow of the ability is fine. Costs 1 less action point. Okay, does this ability make sense? I think so. I don't think it's confusing. On the subject of attacks, how will trip, disarm, grapple, and other maneuvers work? Will those be attacks? Maneuvers are going to be attack augmentations. So they'll still be attacks. So if you had the maneuver like to disarm, you could do that. Yeah, that's the idea. I can see the value of your weapon attack costs 1 normally, and this reduces it to 0. Well, okay, so the idea behind that is it gives game ability, right? So if you have a dagger as a knight, normally you would never do that, right? Well, in this case, your guard effect means that you can actually stab, and it doesn't cost you any action points. The reason why that's important is because, remember, you have to spend your action points throughout the entire round, right? So on your turn, you guard somebody, then you like spend your attacks. If you attack, you have no action points left, right? So that means if you're wielding a medium weapon, which costs 2 action points, you can't swing. But like lighter weapons, like a fist or a dagger, you could swing with. Or if you were a dagger specialist or whatever, you could. Or if knight was just one of the classes you chose because you wanted to be a knife fighter that could still protect people, then all that good stuff. So if guard procs before the attack is resolved, you could disarm the attacker before the attack happens. Oh, that'll be explained under the maneuvers, like the specific maneuvers. Like, it'll be very clear on when the attack occurs. But most of the time, things that cause things to happen have to resolve first. Right? So in this case, someone has to attack. Right? Which would trigger your attack. And they happen at the same time. But disarm stipulates that the attack has to resolve in order to disarm, right? So the idea is that you would have to attack, you would have to resolve, and then if that happens, then you might be able to prevent a weapon attack. So, it's one of those things. The wording is going to be important because I want to make sure that nobody is confused as to when that stuff happens. But the idea is that if somebody attacks one of your allies with guard, you attack them back as punishment. The thing I'm trying to figure out is... Right now, I'm going to be honest, I'm not even on the actual effect of the ability. I'm trying to make sure that all the formula around it works, right? Because I want to make sure that's good to go, because that's going to be the formula I use for every single ability, so... Okay, Knight selects an ally and imbues them with Tier 1 Reinforce. Tier 1 Reinforce. Okay. In addition, should an enemy within melee range attempt to attack that ally, the Knight may attack that enemy. This attack costs 1 less action point. I think this will help. I'm going to work on a ruling. May make an attack on that enemy. This attack costs 1 less action point. Okay. The Knight selects an ally and imbues them Tier 1 Reinforce. In addition, comma, should an enemy within melee range attempt to attack that ally, the Knight may make an attack. This attack costs 1 less action point. So the challenge here, so there's different kinds of aspects of the knight that could be spread. Like, you could be a great sword wielding knight that wants to protect somebody, so you move up to them, you action point to protect them with guard, and then you pass your turn because you're saving your action points so you can actually attack an enemy that tries to attack your ally. Yeah. So that way you can attack and defend someone at the same time. Why not spell out action point cost instead of APC? Why would I type it out? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, now I have to do duration. This effect lasts 1 round. Ooh, actually, do I have to do duration? Let's see. Because that's naturally fading. No, I should do one. I should do 1 round. Yeah. I should do 1 round. This effect... It's not stackable, so... Yeah, okay, this effect lasts 1 round. Okay. I think that works. Can you guard multiple people? Yeah, it doesn't. Of course you can. You can spend all your action points to guard all 4 allies if you wanted to. How many action points per level? Okay, so every character starts with 4 action points. And then you get an additional action point at 3rd, 6th, and 9th level for a total of 7. If Tier 1 Reinforced is fading, wouldn't the duration be as long as the Reinforced is present? Well, if I did that, then that means that if other people increased the level of Reinforced by doing an overlapping effect, then that means that this effect would last that long, right? But then the natural question is, okay, does Guard last longer because their Reinforce is higher? You see how that whole question starts? We avoid that entire line of questioning and confusion by not interacting with it. We keep them separate by saying 1 round. So, the effect lasts 1 round. The effect of Reinforced is fading, though, so it's like, if somebody increases their Reinforced to 2, then that's fine. But Reinforced itself is not stackable, and there's a reason for that. So. Okay. That's good, I think. I think that is A-okay. This character gains a... what would I call this? Gains a... do I want to call it specialization? I don't think so. I think I want to call it... gains a no, not imbuement, not mastery or trick. I want to do something. Gains a boon? No, that's no. Guard self, easy retaliate. Can't guard yourself. In this system, allies are not yourself. Yourself is stipulated. So ally does not mean you. What should I do with it? What should I call it? Character gains a... maybe I should just call it gains progression. Not progression. Character gains an augment. from armor an armor they are proficient with. Augment's good because that's a keyword I use for everything else. For maneuvers, augment attacks. Spells have spell augmentations. I think if I use the same keyword, that'll be easier. Yeah. This character gains an augment to a qualifying weapon. Qualifying will be fine. Because each of the weapons will have a series of keywords as well. And qualifying means some reading comprehension is required to play a tabletop game, so. Can you explain the heavy armor augment? So, underneath the armor augmentations, heavy armor specialist means that you can choose an augment from an armor that you're proficient with. Because this character is a warrior, it has heavy armor proficiency. So that means you are proficient with every armor, right? All of it. But you select one that you want to gain the augment of, which is its passive or its withstand action augmentation, right? So let's say you went with plate. So now, if you have plate on, you can use its passive or its withstand augmentation or whatever, which lets you activate it and use it in the game space in a new way. That's the idea. Same thing with the one-hand specialist. The real question is, do I want to make the specialist abilities scale? Or do I want to give additional ones later? My instinct says that I should make them scale, so I can use later levels for cooler abilities. It gains an additional augment to a qualifying weapon at levels 3, 6, and 8? No. It should be... It should be when I get character paths. Yeah. 3, 6, 9. 3, 6, 9. That way, you can, if you wanted to, pick one-hand specialist here and one-hand specialist here, and you could specialize in 2 different weapon trees, or advance down 1 weapon tree to get to the weapon that you want to use. If you really wanted to do that. I think that's good. Same thing with armor. That'll save some words. It gains an additional augment at levels 3, 6, and 9. It gains an additional of the augments. No, I don't think someone's gonna read that and go, "Does that mean the augments at 3rd, 6, and 9 could be with a non-qualifying weapon?" I don't think so. I think that's reading in bad faith. I think. God, somebody's gonna ask that, though. I can fucking feel it in my bones. Somebody's gonna ask that. I don't want to add 1,000,000 words to describe an ability that's fairly simple. I guess I could use such. That's a good word. It gains an additional such augment. No, even that doesn't sound right. It gains an additional of such an augment, is what I would say. It gains an additional of these augments. Yeah. It gains... Wait. Another of these augments. That's about the same number of words. It gains another of these augments. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that works. That's better. Okay. Fucking balls. Okay. Hold up. Wait a minute. I forgot. I have to involve the sub-attributes. So what if I made the action point cost reduction based off of a sub-attribute? I can make it based off prowess. I'm thinking. I'm calculating. I'm shitting. Prowess and presence, I think. Charismatic knight. Really good at things, knight. Yeah. Although, heavy armor means more vigor. No, prowess and presence. Oh, maybe authority, actually. Should I do authority over presence for it? What does authority do? What did I say that it would do? Where is it? Physical applied abilities. Supportive effects of physical actions. And okay, that's presence. All right. Strength, presence. So it'd be prowess and presence, because prowess, I believe, is somewhere. Use weapons in a physically versatile manner. Yep. It's a good thing I did all that ahead of time. So, prowess and presence. This attack costs... This attack has its APC reduced by an amount equal to your presence or prowess, whichever is higher. Whichever is higher, to a minimum of 0. Actually, I'm just going to put that in action points. Let's see. Go to fucking... core features, core concepts. Let's see, map Kickstarter. This is where I put it. Core mechanics intro book. Action icon. If an effect would reduce an action point cost to below 0, it. Yeah, I'm just gonna say. You cannot gain negative action points or have a cost reduced to negative action points there. Now I don't have to deal with that stupid argument. Does that mean I get action points? Okay, so let's go through this ability. So you're a knight. You could be an aesthetic knight, or you could just want the guard ability, right? You want to guard people, which can be a knight, which could be like a back alley stabby boy, like whatever. So you select someone, 1 action point. They're reinforced. They get a small bonus to AC. And whenever an enemy within melee range should attack them, you can choose to attack them, and then you reduce the APC by an amount equal to the presence or prowess. So, if you have no dex and no charisma, this will not reduce it at all. So that means that if you're fully specialized into strength, like you're maxed out 18, 20, whatever, you can still guard somebody, but you won't be able to attack a lot of times. But your attacks will be more potent. Whereas if you were a sword, let's say sword and shield, knight, but you actually put points into Dex or Charisma, because maybe you wanted to roleplay a handsome knight. Let's say that you got it to 16 strength and 14 Dex, right? Which is possible. Then that means your prowess, or presence in this case, is 2. So that means if you guard somebody, for each enemy that tries to attack them, for each attack, you get to smack them back if they're in range. Yeah, that works. I think that works. I think that works really well. Because in either case, you're still guarding them. You're still getting the, bonus. Yeah, I like that. That'll work. Yeah, I think this works really well, actually. Because there's game ability, like, ooh, I don't have to be a handsome knight if I wanted to be, like, a dagger knight that guards people. Because that only costs 1 action point, so I get to snack them anyway. And I'm like, okay, cool, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can dance around that, I think. Yeah. My progress is slow right now, but I think I'm making a lot of good progress on framing, I think. It'll go faster. Okay, where was I? Class warrior, okay. Alright, what do we got? Oath of Courage. I think this is just going to be a passive. Oath of Courage. So this is Oath of Courage. Its keywords are mundane, bestowed. Actually, no, it would still be this would be economy as well. Mundane, imbued, bestowed, empowered. Or empower. ABC cost is 0. Target self. Range self. APC cost, I'm just going to say constant. Now just be 0. Okay. The knight gains a tier 2 bestowed, gains a tier 2 bestowed effect. Self ally. I should do static. No, I don't want to do an effect. I'll do it this way. When the bestowed effect triggers, each ally and yourself. Each ally or yourself gains 5 courage. It's not bad. It needs a little bit more, though. Ooh. Allies under the effect of guard gain courage 10 instead. This courage does not have the stackable property. That looks good to me. I think that's good. Okay. Honors demand. Actually. The value of this courage is determined by Alright, let me think. Oath of Courage has to be activated, but it costs 0 action points, so it's basically you just activate it at the start of your turn. Your first turn in combat. So you activate it. It lasts until the end of combat. You and your ally is within it, which is a 15-foot aura, so it's kind of small. Gain Courage, which is temporary hit points in this system. And temporary hit points are always stackable. Courage is always stackable unless it says otherwise. Equal to Presence or Prowess. Which means that if you built a full strength character with no other aspects, you're probably not going to get a lot out of this, which means you probably won't take it. Because remember, this is one of the second level abilities of your 3 classes, so you'll just split it up probably. But if you wanted to properly build for it, you could. You might put some charisma in there, or you might put some dex in there, and then you'll actually give an aura of some temporary hit points. I think that's good. I think that's good. Yeah. Honors demand. Mundane attack. Target enemy APC weapon. The knight selects an enemy that has caused an ally to lose all of their courage this round. How do I want to stack this? Big damage hit. The knight may expend their courage on this attack. If they do, they deal additional bullying. The target of this attack is afflicted is... Oh, what effect should I give it? Let me peruse. Probably hit him with the should taunt them. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. We'll do tier 2 taunt. Okay, so let's walk through it, chat. So you're a knight. You guard, right? Somebody gets guarded. You give them a minor AC bonus. And then if an enemy attacks them, you can attack them. You reduce your APC of that attack equal to your presence or prowess. So let's say for the sake of this example, your presence is 2. So that means your longsword attack is -2, right? You have your heavy armor and one-hand specialist and all that. And then you have Oath of Courage, which is the start of your turn, first turn of combat probably. You activate this aura. Now you and all of your allies gain courage, and the person that you guard has twice the amount of courage, equal to your prowess, so that's 2, so that's 2 and 4. So you gain 2 HP, they all gain 2, all that good stuff. And that's stackable, by the way. So that's every single round at that point. People just get more courage being in your 15-foot aura. And then, at 4th level, Honor's Demand means that, let's say, an enemy attacked one of your allies that you're guarding. And, let's say they critically hit them. So they blow through their temp HP. Then you, Honor's Demand, attack them based off of the triggering attack of Guard, because Honor's Demand is an attack. So it can be used whenever an attack is called for. So then you, let's say you've stacked up, 6 temporary HP because you have a shield, right? You have good AC. Enemies can't hit you very well, right? Sure. They just missed you. So then you hit that creature below your temp HP from your courage, smash him for an extra 8 damage, and taunt him. So now if he tries to attack somebody else that isn't you, now he has a -2 to his attack. So now you're hitting him and forcing him to hit you instead. I think that's really sick. And you don't even have to use your courage. You could just hit him and just taunt him if you wanted to instead. Yeah, I think that's good. I guess that's nice. That's a nice combat rotation. And remember, this is just one of your 3 classes. So that isn't all you can do. You guys get what I'm kind of coming from? All the different things that you guys could do when you build these characters. All the different interaction points that you have. I think it's going to be a lot of fun for people to do this, so. Honor's Demand. Okay, Lord Mastery. I would call this Lord's Grace. Lord's Grace. We'll say, whenever the knight would grant, or would imbue an ally with a mundane imbuement, with a mundane imbuement. The knight gains courage equal to its prowess or presence, whichever is higher. In addition, Guard grants tier 3 reinforce instead of tier 1. Go double check tier 3. Tier 3 is resistance to stun and numbed, reduction, prone, and a +3 AC. That's good. Yes. Yes. Hey, what's up, Mop? Mop, mop, boop, bop, 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 bop. What's up, Mop? Mayope. What's up, buddy? Okay, so let's walk through what we have so far. Let's say you picked everything into Knight. Let's say you just picked everything into Knight, right? So that means that when you guard somebody, that's giving them an imbuement. So, and it's a mundane imbuement, so that means you give them guard, which grants them a small AC bonus. But since you're level 5, it'd be 3, so it's +3, plus some prone and other resistances. You give yourself courage, which in this case is 2 temporary HP. You have your aura going, say that's 4. And you have 2, so let's say you guard 3 of your party members, which gives them all +3 AC. You give yourself 6 temp. Your aura gives them 4 temp. It gives you 2 temp, so you have 8. And every time one of them is attacked, you get to attack for free. And if one of them is attacked hard enough to lose their temp HP, you can blow your temp HP if you wanted to smash them, or play conservatively and hit them, taunting those enemies. I think that works. I think that works really well. That doesn't seem too powerful, like in terms of like, that's broken. But it lets you do what you're supposed. If you're trying to guard people as a knight, then that's what you're doing. Because it would be the same, more or less, if you had just attacked, right? If you just attacked. Because you have to use an action point to guard each of those people. And that'd be the same as you, with one-handed specialization, just attacking. Using every action to point with your longsword anyway. But this means you get to be a guardian character and still attack back based off of punishment. And there's counterplay, because it doesn't really help against, bow attacks or whatever. Or they just attack you, and you don't get to attack that round. Which is kind of also the point, because that's what you want them to do anyway. I think that works. Plus, those allies have to be within 15 feet of you, which is a small aura. I don't see any problems. I don't see any problems with that. I'm trying to think. So a Vagabond would have I forgot to do their attribute bonuses. So a Vagabond would have 16 and 16, let's say. So plus 6. So it's 6 temp. That's 12. But that's if they put every ability into Knight. Maybe I shouldn't let them stack. Maybe instead, what I do is that the Vagabond, instead of putting them both together, maybe instead what I do is that they can take the higher of the two, rather than the lower of the two. Maybe. I mean, but that might make them unviable. I don't want to do that. The problem I'm beginning to see is the Vagabond, which is supposed to be the widely built character, might actually be better to specialize into one class completely. Like, even more so than the Adventurer. Well, no, that's not true, because you'd have 20 strength and actually hit and deal damage. Like, you deal more damage and have more chance to hit. So I don't think the trade-off's that big. Is the trade-off that big? It's a difficult question to answer honestly, I think. I don't know. I don't know the answer. Sorry, guys, I'm stuck on this one. Sorry, I'm not really talking. It's because I see a big problem, right? In the attempt to allow the sub attributes to be stackable in a way that reward the wide-based character, such as the Vagabond, with its lower stat thresholds, means that technically the Vagabond will be better specializing in one class over the mixing of three rather than building wide if I make anything based off of sub-attributes, which is what I want to do. So the question is, how do I solve that conundrum without making the Vagabond a completely inviable character choice? Hold on. Wait. I'm starting to brain blast. What if I made it to where instead of them I was gonna say, what if I made it to where that if they get change up the bonuses to their attributes that they get, that instead of getting both +1s that each of these would give, they get a +2, but only if the class is the first class that it would choose from each column. So it would reward attribute-wise Vagabonds that take they take a class in each different column, right? Which is a good thing, but I also don't want to limit the design space that the Vagabonds would have. Like, let's say you wanted to play 2 warriors and then a mana. You know, you could. I think picking everything in a single class goes against the spirit of Vagabond. I agree, but it's mechanically stronger with the current setup. Like, look at what I have right now. Presence and prowess, right? To protect people. Right now, the setup is that it costs less equal to the presence and prowess, that they gain temporary HP equal to the presence and prowess. So it's like, if you played a Vagabond and you've got 13 and 11, right? And then you get your beginning +1s or whatever, so that's 14 and then 12, and then you level up to level 5, right? So that means you have a 16 and a 12, or let's say a 14 and a 14. That's going to be 4. which means that, let's say it's presence, for example. You have strength and charisma of 14 each, or 6. More likely, it'll be a strength of 16 and a charisma of 12. But you have a +4, and that's 4 to self each time. That's 8 to everybody, and then that's -4 on attack cost, so you could use a 2-handed weapon. It feels better. That's true. They don't have access to continental and core skill classes. So maybe it's okay that if they could do the core classes a little better. Yeah, I don't think it's actually that much. I think I'm making a mountain out of a molehill now. Like, I'm thinking about this, and it's like, I don't think that difference is so drastic. I don't think that's a problem, actually. Also, I need to make sure that all abilities, like this right here is a mistake. Having Lord's Grace affect guard only, that limits the amount of other classes it can really interact with. I don't want the class abilities to focus only on themselves. I want them to be interchangeable. Yeah. So, I'm going to say, in addition, imbuements granted when the knight imbues the reinforce imbuement, increase its tier by 2. One. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick and do some big throne thinking. Oh boy. Okay, I'm back. All right. Oh, my music stopped. Have I really been here for 3 hours? Holy shit. I didn't even notice. It's 3:21. Holy shit. I mean, I think we got a lot of the bracing and stuff done. We got through a lot of the base stuff. No, I'm making this too. I think it's good. It's a 5th level ability. Okay. Seventh level abilities. You know, I just thought of something. What if when you level up, you can choose not to take the ability of that level, and instead you get both of the choices of the abilities from the previous level that you didn't choose. Yeah. Or what if you didn't take an ability at a level? So let's say you didn't take level 4's ability, and you got one of each of the abilities you didn't choose each level before. The idea is you're giving up a higher level ability in exchange for more of the previous other classes effects. What I'm worried about is that people won't mix the classes like I intend them to, and that they'll just stick with one class anyway. Maybe what I'll do is I'll just play through it with the presumption of how I have it now, and I just see what people actually do. I think that's something I have to see in testing. Yeah. I think that's something I just need to see tested. I think if you do that, then people will default for more features. Not necessarily, Gaz. Because right now it's like the higher level abilities give you big passives and effects that trigger when other things trigger, right? So I think what you're giving up is centralized synergy for more buttons to push, right? Like giving up Heroes Honor's Demand, which is your big taunt hit, for Cleave might be worth it, you know? Especially if you got Cleave and Battle Hardened or something. I guess what I'm worried about is people getting caught in the thing of like, I'm playing, you know, Knight Soldier Duelist or Knight Soldier Gladiator. I chose Oath of Courage at 2nd level. Okay, if you chose Oath of Courage, why wouldn't you choose Honor's Demand, right? How many abilities does one choose for level? For 1st level, you get 2 from each of the classes, and then at 2nd level and beyond, you get 1 ability out of the 3 selections. That's the rules as they are right now, that I am operating under. You know what I could do? I could make the higher level abilities of 7th and 8th and 10th really good abilities that also give you an ability of the other selections of the classes that you didn't choose. No, that seems... It seems the same solution, but in a weirder and... No, I'd rather make solo abilities that are modular. I gotta remember modular. They have to be fittable together. Maybe I'm just worried too much. Maybe I just need to just make it and see what happens. And then, once I finish testing, then I can go through and decide if it needs that. Because I think right now, I think it's fine. I think there are reasons to pick the same things, but I also think there will be reasons not to. And when I make the other abilities, people will see combinations. Yeah, that's why I did all that work on the fucking conditions. Yeah. Alright, let's just push through. 7th level ability of a knight. Hmm. Hmm. Order's Oath. Knights. Oh, I need a charge. Gotta have a charge, right? Valor's Advance. I like that. We'll do... Ooh. 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 Hey, that's... Ooh. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Pow, pow, pow. Heyo! Beep, 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 beep. Hello. I know what to do here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The knight uses... Okay. Not everything bolted, please. The knight now uses their prowess or presence to determine their movement rating. In addition, whenever would enter an enemy's threatened area, that enemy may attack them. If they do, the knight may attack them as well. May attack them afterwards. May make an attack against them. If they do not, the knight gains courage equal to twice there. Twice. Equal to the maximum of their highest wielded weapon die. I like that ability a lot. You approach, challenge an enemy at the same time. If it attacks you, you attack it back. If it doesn't, you get courage because it's a little bitch. I like that. That fits the aesthetic really well. And it's a 7th level ability, so it can be quite potent. You could get it for each enemy that you approach. Maybe making it the weapon die might be too much, because if you're wielding like an axe, that's 12 per person. Okay, maybe what I do instead... Oh, I make it based off vigor. Yeah, I can make it based off vigor instead. Equal to their vigor. There we go. I think that's good. Conditions. Alright, let's do an good old-fashioned fright. Let's see. Tier 5, I think. Yeah, tier 5. Three rounds. Yeah, that should be 3 rounds. Yeah, so Shatter Morale, Mundane Afflict Attack, ABC is 1+ weapon, target is enemy, range is melee. Knight makes an attack against an enemy if that attack should deal damage to the enemy. Opposed roll. Knight uses prowess or presence. Enemy uses tenacity or willpower. If the knight should win, the enemy is afflicted with tier 5 frightened for 3 rounds. That's pretty good. Tier 5 frightened is cowardice equal to the tier of the fear effect, so that's -5 temp HP every round, so 15 total, plus whatever you dealt in damage. Tier 1 stunned while they're adjacent to you, -2 attack rolls against you, and staggered whenever they would try to move towards you. That's pretty good. That's not bad. And since it's an attack, you can apply it to your guarded allies if they get attacked. You just BAM! Fuck that guy up. Whew! Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm gonna get all these classes done. Granted, like half of this was me figuring out the formulas and the bracing and the tracking and the, it wasn't all just class creation. And it'll get faster as I go along. I'm probably going to have to extend my work days. All right, capstone for the night. Dragon's Bane. Whenever the knight would be attacked by a flying creature, would be attacked in melee by a flying creature, the knight may attack them. May make an attack against them. If this attack hits, the target loses an amount of fly speed equal to 10 equal to the knight's prowess, vigor, or presence, whichever is higher, multiplied by 10. If this reduces the creature's fly speed rating fly rating. Actually, no, I'll do it that way. That way I don't have to do the stupid multiplied thing. Because the rating is the rating. Yeah. Do so the night. Fly rating to 0. 0. Unless you can't have negative rating, it's fine. This reduces the creature's fly rating to 0. That creature is grounded and has the tier. What kind of prone should I give it? That's brone, not prone. Tier 3 prone. Oh, fuck, I forgot. Attacks of opportunity were going to be a keyword. Okay, I have to change up some stuff. May trigger an AOO. There we go. Can't forget that. The knight so far is a mostly supportive fighter. Do you want to keep it that way for the cat, or just give him a big smacker? I mean, I think the knight is a protective fighter. I don't think there's... It doesn't really have to choose, right? You just fucking hit people. If anything, it gets more attacks based off of enemies attacking their allies. Because attacks of opportunity are not going to be something that every character has. Only certain characters actually get them. Which is why it was important for me to go back and properly keyword that. So being able to attack outside of your turn is something you can only do with, you know, certain effects. So I think the way you should look at it is that the knight has the and other classes like it have the capacity to do something and to still attack. In the knight's case, they get to protect and still attack. I think that's actually the better way of looking at it. Okay, and then tier 3 prone. Whenever the knight would be affected by a breath weapon. Let's see. Gaze attack. Gaze effect. Let's see, there's breath weapons, dragons, gaze attacks, gorgons. I'm trying to think of other Arthurian creature types. Arthurian legend. Could add wording to the first section to include characters the knight is guarding, make it easier to trigger, and add more importance to guard in the endgame. What do you mean? What? Make it easier to trigger. It's already pretty easy to trigger. If an enemy attacks an ally in melee, you hit them. See, breath weapon, gaze, effect. I know I'm missing another one. I cannot remember, though. Curse? Yeah. Yeah. Let's do affliction. Just gaze. Gaze effect. It's not overcomplicated. Gaze effect. Well, is gaze going to be a keyword? Ah, jeez. Probably, just like breath weapon will be. Let's do breath effect, gaze effect, or curse effect. The knight may instead spend courage equal to twice the tier of that affliction. If they do, the effect is negated. That's a really good ability. Whenever the knight or a character the knight is guarding is attacked by a flying enemy. But that already is the case, Kenneth. Because if a flying creature would attack an ally, the first part that they're guarding, the first part already triggers. Because this is an attack. Watch, don't forget the keyword. Attack. I suppose I could change it to say, I could keep the first part and then say, if a creature is damaged by an AOO, the fly effect reduces. Yeah. Yeah, because you're already getting an attack by attacking whenever... Yeah, you're already getting an attack when a guarded ally is attacked. That's already happening. How do I want to separate that? How do I want to clarify that? I mean, it's a good point, you know. Does the effect of Dragon's Bane go on the other attacks of opportunity? I would want it to, so let's do it this way. Whenever an AOO would affect its target, the target loses... No. There's a better way of doing this. Enemies dealt damage by the knight's AOOs lose an amount of fly rating equal to the knight's prowess, vigor, or presence. If this reduces the creature's fly rating 0, the creature's ground has tier 3 ground. There. That hits all of them. Because that hits the one for itself. If the flying creature attacks a guarded ally, that's still an AOO, which counts the second part. Yeah, it hits all of them. I like that. This is the 10th level ability, so it's got to be good, right? I'm fucking sorry about the camera zooming in on me again. I can't control it. I don't know what to do. Yeah, that hits all the Arthurian legends, right? That's Breath, Gaze, and Curse. And the knight can spend courage to negate them. Do I need to add anything else? Is a 10th level capstone a passive being good? Is that good enough? Is that sexy enough? once per... Yeah. No. Combat. Once per combat. The knight may cause an attack, may imbue an attack they make against a creature with the... May imbue an attack they make with keen... what keen should I want here? Let's do... Tier 3. May imbue an attack they make with keen 3 against a creature with the dragon aberration fiend, undead, or giant. This attack gains the blood font critical effect. I have to go make the whole list of critical effects. Monstrosity. I think that's actually better than aberration. Yeah. Monstrosity. Okay, I think I hit all the Arthurian, like, crit stuff, or creature types. I think that's a good capstone. Those are 3 solid passives, or 2 solid passives, and a pretty good active that doesn't cost any action economy. This must be declared before the attack is rolled. That's really good, because that means at 10th level, let's say that you were just in a party with no flying counters, right? Well, if like the dragon or whatever it is comes swooping down, you can beat the shit out of it and knock it on the ground. I think that's awesome. I think that's really cool. I think people are really going to enjoy that. I think being able to spend courage, which is your temp HP pool, to just negate breath effects, gaze effects, and curse effects is very like Arthurian knight. You know, I think that's really cool. I think it's gonna make people feel like a knight of legends, you know? And you should, if you're gonna pick the knight capstone for your character, right? I think that's good. I think we did a good job on this one. I think we hit all of the mechanical aesthetics. Okay. Night is complete. Only 119 more to go. Sweet fucking Jesus. Oh. Oh my god. Blah. Ah. Okay. I feel burnt out. Like, only a little bit. You did it to yourself. What was the purpose of you saying that, Caped? Alright, let's go. Gladiator. Oh, I should inherit keywords that PC targets range and then effect. All right, Gladiator has Taunt. The ability Taunt. This should be relatively easy. Mundane. Flipped. APC 1. Target. Enemy. Range. $20 feet? Yeah, seems good. 20 feet seems right. Effect. The Gladiator makes a bitch check. Selects an enemy that it can see in range. That enemy must make a opposed check against Gladiator. Gladiator uses their... Ooh, boy. Okay, what should they use? See, definitely prowess, strength, and dex. But what else should they use? Let me take a Ganderino. Strength and dex, prowess, yeah. Maybe dexterity and charisma. Maybe grace? It could be a graceful... Well, that's more like a duelist, though. I have a duelist, right? No, it's Paragon. That's right. Paragon's the duelist. Gladiator should be brutal. Let's see here. Be right back, guys. 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back, chat. Sorry about that. I had to get up for a second. Okay, so let's see. Definitely prowess. I should probably make it a rule of thumb to have like 2 main ones and like a third one they use. Okay, taunt is like a mental affliction, so probably presence. Ooh, maybe guile. No, not guile. Let's do presence. Presence and competence, I think. No, it should be proud. That's a hard choice. Maybe prowess and competence. Oh, but gladiators are charismatic, though. But I don't want it to just be just like the knight. Competence. Well, okay, maybe I shouldn't think about it that way. I should think about the mental and physical parts of it. I want to make sure that there's enough exposure for each of the different sub-attributes, though. I don't want there to be, like, one that's just heavily favored. Okay, let me just read the descriptions here. Competence is for resource pools. Presence is for yourself or allies. Authority. That might be something. And willpower, too. I might consider authority. Competence, because that's where the base taunt is. Intimidation. Competence and authority. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to go with. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Uses their competence or authority versus the enemies we'll do tenacity and willpower. if the gladiator wins, the target gains, let's see here, how much taunt should I give? It should be a lot, right? Because it's the taunt ability. Probably taunt 3. Yeah, taunt 3. Gladiator lacking charisma is interesting. Well, you have to remember, like, it's not just gladiator. You have 3 classes, so you know. I mean, I can't make everything, right? Yeah, and not all gladiators were fucking Septus. And yes, they are entertainers, I understand that, but there's also a lot of... I have to make sure that there is enough to go around. And also, this is just the first ability. This is just for attacking an enemy, right? There's going to be presence-based effects for the gladiator. We're just getting started. One-hand specialist and dual wield. So we'll do dual wield next. Dual wield is the oh boy. Gladiator may use wield 2 weapons in each hand. Whenever the gladiator would wield 2 weapons in each hand, the gladiator may benefit from both of the passives of those, from both of the augments of those, may benefit from the augments of both weapons simultaneously. In addition, whenever the gladiator would make an AOO or a parry action, they may attack with both weapons. They must still pay the cost of those weapons. must still pay the APC of those weapons. Oh, I got that wrong. It should be... It should be... No. It should be... This is different. It should be just AOL. Yeah, that's right. Because I already have a riposte. They may attack with both weapons. They'll pay the APC of these weapons. That's good. I like that. That works. Do 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 do. Taunt, dual wield, one. So the idea is the dual wield of Gladiator means you can use the passives of both. So you could have like a defensive weapon, like a parrying dagger or something in one hand, and like an axe in the other, and you get the passives of both put together. And you can attack with both on an AOO, which is pretty big. Yeah, I think that's sick. Okay. Blade Barrier. Cool name. Mundane. Imbue. Target. Self. Range. Self. Action point cost 3. Gladiator makes a storm of steel around themselves. This increases. Hold on. The Gladiator gains the imbuement time. Hmm. Imbue. Let's see. That's gonna empower, and that's going to empower, and I think that's it. Wow. Gains the how do I want to do this? So Blade Barrier is like an ability where, oh my god, this camera, where you spend 3 action points, which is most of your turn, like, just fucking freaking out, right? This, going, blah, 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 giving yourself, like, really cool effects. Like, tier 3 reinforced, tier 3 aided, +3 to attack and AC. That lasts until they fade. And it also, like, gets rid of prone and stunned and cures you of some other stuff, too. I mean, it's awesome. It's a pretty sick ability. I mean, it's good. Battle boost. All right, now this is where the presence comes in. Should this be presence only? I should do more than one, I think. But what would the other one be other than presence? Oh, authority. Yeah. Authority. Well, competence too. I think I like authority better. Then I like competence for this. Yeah. Because authority is like intimidating, so. Let's go with resilience and resilience or cunning. If the gladiator wins, the target gains the distracted tier 2 distracted. Only able. Limited to attacking. Attacking the gladiator. And the gladiator is imbued with prepared 3. That's awesome. That's so sick. Actually, instead of cunning, presence. Yeah, I think you're right, Chet. Make that also presence. So that way you can have an aura battle. I think it's good. So the gladiator taunts an enemy, making them attack. You have dual wield, one-handed specialty. You can throw a blade barrier up, which gives you two very nice buffs, and you can battle boast, which gives you prepared. So if you succeed in hitting an enemy and talking shit, you can set up for a bigger attack, or for another blade barrier if you wanted to, or some other expensive action. It's pretty nice. This is what we like to call in the fighting game community a setup. Oh, yeah, this should be 1 plus weapon. Okay. Roar of the crowd. Whenever the gladiator would be wounded or shattered, would be affected, would be afflicted by wounded or shattered they reduce the tier they would receive by an amount equal to their presence or willpower. When this occurs, Whenever the gladiator would be afflicted by, wounded, or shattered in a combat, they reduce the tier they would receive by an amount equal to their... This can only occur let's do it this way. They ignore the first how would I represent this? By wounded or shattered in a combat, they ignore a number of those tiers equal to their presence or willpower. Once the number of tiers the gladiator would have gained exceeds these parameters, they gain tiers of wounded and shattered as normal. That's pretty good. So if you're able to get like a presence of 3, let's say, then you essentially have you have like orcish ferocity, right? Where it's like someone tries to, like, your HP goes to 0, you automatically gain the first tier of wounded or shattered, depending, and you ignore that. And if you have 3 presence, you can do that 2 more times, and then you start getting it. So yeah, you have like a orcish ferocity. Pretty sick. Are you not entertained? I gotta put that in there. So is this just a thing anyone can have, or is this meant to replace Orca's ferocity? No. This is a class. You can just take this as one of your 3 classes. You know, if you're a warrior or whatever. Whenever a gladiator would taunt an enemy, it may instead taunt all enemies within 20 feet. Whenever the gladiator while in 20 feet of the gladiator, got a bit to think about here. Does it stack with Orcish Ferocity? Orcish Ferocity probably won't be a thing. Okay. gladiator treats its attacks that target a enemy afflicted with taunt. Too many weird words. Has life drain 1 on attacks against enemies afflicted with taunt. There we go. That's gonna be awesome. Regeneration 1 is minor healing over time. But it's stackable, which is nice. What's a good 8th level ability for it? Let's see. Shatter Morale is the other one. Should probably do something like a big active, like Emperor's Gambit. I like that. Hell yeah. That's a sick name too. Mundane effect. Two plus weapon. Mundane effect. Blah, 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 blah. Gladiator makes an attack against enemy. If that attack deals damage, the target and the gladiator have an opposed check. Gladiator uses prowess or presence, and the target uses prowess or presence. If the gladiator wins, the target gains. The target is afflicted with Tier 5 stunned. If the gladiator loses, they are afflicted with Tier 5 stun instead. Whoo, what a cool ability. That's big stunned. Oh, shit. Stackable, you say. To smithereens, you say. Yeah. I already know what I want to name the 10th level ability, but I have to look it up. What is it? Incontinence! Incontinence! Impossible! Imbue economy. Whenever the gladiator would critically hit an enemy and defeat them, they are imbued with if this is the third time in a round this occurs, gladiator gains is imbued with It is the capstone. Incontinence! Sick. Sick. That's a good class. I think it's a good class. Okay. That's all the time I had. Okay. I'm starting to get a little faster. Gladiator didn't take as long because I'm starting to figure out where I'm going to place stuff. Wish me luck, guys. It's going to be a lot, but we'll get through it. Even if I have to extend my work days. Yeah, because the goal is like, what? Get 4 classes done each work session? Oh, boy. I think I can do that. Extend when I need to. It's pretty fun stuff anyway. Thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for supporting. I'll see you guys tomorrow.